Welcome everybody, it's Unstoppable Stiletzi again, and we're doing some Zero AD again after a good, what was it, 2 or 3 months? Yeah, wanted to come back to this game again. I know some of you have been specifically requesting Zero AD, so it's good to be back again. Plan on doing some multiplayer tonight, hopefully some TG and some other ones. So let's get to sharing the Discord servers, my link, and then we can begin right away. Alright, sounds good. Alright, I'm in the process of that now. Shouldn't take too long. But, hey, how you all doing tonight? Doing wonderful? Beautiful, in fact? Hopefully you are. Had a pretty busy today of working and training, I would say. Not only that, I also prepared some special purchases for later this week that we're going to be streaming, so that's cool. It's something very different than what I usually do on the channel, so definitely enjoy it. I'm sure you're probably buying it too if you know what I'm talking about. Obviously you don't, but who knows, maybe you're already getting it yourselves. That's what we can only hope, right? Yeah, so here we are, just copy and pasting the stream link to various Discord servers, and then I'm going to join one of these lobbies. Well, I don't know, maybe by the time I start there'll be other lobbies, so we'll have to see. Should be interesting either way. Yeah. And I was trying to type that in, and it brought me to another channel for some reason. That's weird. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's been quite a while since we've done Zero AD again, so it's good to be back in the action of everything. What else? What else? From what I understand about this patch, it was only, for the most part, just bug fixes. Yeah, some of which, well, actually, most of them I've never even heard of before, so thankfully I never had to deal with them personally, but it's good that they fixed them either way, so people can enjoy it a lot more. Yeah. Just trying to find my way back to a channel that I was off. There we go. Why am I getting congested too? I can feel the snots coming up in my nose, which is making it a bit hard to talk. Hopefully I'm not getting sick or anything. That'd be annoying. I'd still be able to stream most likely, but wouldn't be able to yap as much. Wouldn't be able to cast things as much, so that would be a bit of an issue, right? Absolutely. So yeah, most definitely. Yeah, and just so you know, for later this week, we will be streaming something other than RTS to give you a bit of a hint. Hopefully, you can take that any way you want, and yeah. It's something popular though, super popular. I'm just hoping that people will want to watch it and do it. And I didn't just have to go out and spend like half a grand for nothing. Yes, you heard that right. I spent like over half a grand to get this special game because I needed to get new hardware for it and everything. So you better enjoy it. And if you don't enjoy it, at least let me know why you don't enjoy it, and not just sit there in the silence and go, yeah. Very nice. So, yeah, almost done here, and then we can start looking at these lobbies. I'm sure we'll find some good finds tonight. Plan on doing as many as humanly possible, as much as we can, so that's cool. Yeah, I'm progressing pretty quickly. Yeah, not bad at all. And there we go, I already got them done. Impressive. Oh, wait a minute, no, I forgot some. Wait a second. It's because I'm doing a Zero AD stream, I have to do the Zero AD Discord servers, right? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. It's alright. It's alright. We'll be done very shortly. Make sure I don't get lost in all these Discord servers I got. Have to browse, so I don't lose my spot. Ooh. Very nice. Very good. Just scanning the thing over a bit, make sure we don't miss anything. Yeah. Uh. It's been a while since I've navigated these channels before, so I'm just trying to go through it quickly. Yeah, big time. I think we're good. Now, at least. I think I got everything I need to. So let's give it a go now. Alright. Let's see what we got here for lobbies. Beginner's game. I'm a beginner. Let's see what we got. Trying to think of a civ I can handle here. Jebel Barkal. I've never played on this map before. Let's see what we got. It's a rated game, so I might actually get an ELO finally. Yeah, let's see. Trying to remember what faction I'm good at. Oh, it doesn't want me to select. That's weird. I thought I had something in place to auto-select it. Yeah. I'll just start up. This guy ready or what? I'll go with Athenians. Who am I kidding? I'll go with Athenians. Doesn't matter. What difference does it make? Yeah, what difference does it make? Let's go Athenians. Anyone there? Hello? Hello? Anyone there? Am I here on my own? Give it a few more moments. Does look like a cool map, though. Oh yeah, I know. Geographically looks appealing. You got like the grass, you got the desert, you got the big rock formation up there at the top, you got water down below. Looks great. Probably has some fishing potential. Yeah. I don't know. I don't even remember how much I even remember how to play this thing in multiplayer. I think I got the basics down, the basic ideas I still recall. But I'll probably flop on a lot of it, I imagine. Yeah. As long as you know the fundamentals, it's not too bad. Yeah. Those kids are not coming back, and I'm not hearing any sort talking, so I'm assuming he's idling. Yep. Is there... Let's check this out. We could spectate this. TG. Yeah, TG is the mode that we used to do, remember? Basically, it's a huge team sort of arena where you're in a huge circle, and then you have to battle each other. Let's see what we got here. So we got the Marians over here. Over here we got the... trying to figure out who that is. I think that is the Gauls. What's happening over here, though? We got companion cavalry and Odrysian skirmish cavalry attacking that structure, that civic center. Oh man, he's already getting attacked by the Macedonian cav. Yeah. I am... what? You're 580 now? Wow. Insane. Crazy. Nabahu beat me hard. Yeah, no, that Macedonian cavalry I remember is super duper dangerous. Like, I think there's some people that even banned the Macedonians' usage of cavalry just because of how insane they are. Absolutely. Big time. So yeah, that's pretty much it there. And just as a bit of a refresher, you have the option in this game to either destroy buildings by sieging them, or you can capture them. It's up to you. Typically, capturing is the easiest way to destroy buildings, because what you can do is you can surround it with units, capture it, and then delete the building once you've captured and you have control of it. That's like the best way of destroying buildings, basically, in this game. Because attacking it with melee will take like forever. The only viable way of like destroying a building the old-fashioned way is literally to use siege equipment. So like using rams, catapults, that sort of thing. So just be aware of that, basically. And just as a bit of a side note, once you see like the mini-map here and everything starts to look a bit white on the screen, that means that that player's resigned basically and been defeated. And then it turns into Gaia buildings that you can pretty easily take control of. Yeah. Best way of doing it, of course, is putting up a civic center like this, and then you'll just capture this whole area. Yeah, because it's 0 AD, it's a bit different than Age of Empires. Because your ability to build stuff is based on your area of control. You basically get this huge swath of land denoted by a colored line like this. It tells you how far out you can build from your territory. So if you have a civic center here, you can build out all the way out to there. And in order to like spread it out, you either have to build more civic centers or, you have to expand it just like a real empire. Basically. And if you're in this situation when there's buildings you don't control, you can actually put a civic center here and take it all back. You can reclaim it. You can reclaim these houses, these elephant stables, all these structures. Now, depending on what your city's roster is, some of the buildings are utterly useless, but, you might get use of all those buildings. For instance, the Marians do have access to elephant units, so capturing elephant stables, that's a good thing. It's a very good thing. Same thing with getting the barracks over there, all those other structures. It's quite good. And when you see connection to server has been lost to host's end of the game, that means that the game is over, basically, and somebody won. In normal RTS, it just says, doo-doo-doo, and then you win. This game handles a bit different. It says connection close, which is basically the same thing, pretty much, yeah. Let's check this out. Very nice. Trying to see who remember of these people. Yeah, it's been quite a while, 2-3 months. Got a lot of spectators here too. That's one thing that you'll notice about 0 AD. It was one of the first RTSs to have a widely open spectating system in the game. Before, Definitive Edition started to have like these open lobbies that you could spectate. 0 AD invented that years before, pretty much. And it was a really good feature, because it lets you watch other people play. So you can either create your own casting content, or you can just sit there and learn from other players. That's one thing that 0 AD always did good, was basically giving players the ability to learn how to do better at the game through watching. That's something, unfortunately, when I started out in AoE2 Definitive in AoE2 HD Edition, I didn't have the option to do because, well, I had to ask people's permission to be there. In 90% of the time, I'm going, get out of here. We want participants. We don't want people to watch. And then you'd get a small fraction of them who actually accuse you of cheating, too. So it was a bit nasty overall. But, yeah. This is Nomad. Basically, just as you remember it in Age of Empires 2, pretty much, you have a bunch of vills and units here, and you have to pick a spot to build your civic center to start the game with. Looks like this looks to be Persians. We'll be building theirs over here. Let's see who else is on the map. It looks like trying to see who these guys are. You can tell usually by the women who they are. These are the Macedonians, right? Macedonians are building in that spot. The Kushites are building over here. Over here we got the... I'm trying to figure it out. You can also tell by the early units I have too. This is the Gauls building over there. In this spot we got Athenians. Trying to see if I missed anyone here yet. I think we got some other people I forgot. I think this is another Celt, right? Yeah, another Gaul. Up here we got Athenians as well. And who do we got up in this neck of the woods? I think we got somebody up here. I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah. Very cool. So yeah, this is Nomad. Basically, these guys are going to try... Oh yeah, and this is an alert, by the way. If you see that, like, that little exclamation point, that means that they're sending a flare onto the map, too. Have a cool thing, basically. Oh, wow. Send another flare over there. So, I'm guessing this is a team Nomad situation because they're alerting each other to their locations, pretty much. Yep. Because basically, in this game... there is 4 different materials that you have to worry about. There is food, there is wood, there is metal, and there is stone. Yep, metal is just gold, but this game treats it as metal because Zero AD acknowledges that gold isn't the only valuable metal out there, you know, in terms of historic warfare. There's a lot of useful metals out there, so they just have you mining metal instead of gold explicitly, which... I think it's probably more accurate. Kind of similar to how AoE3 has you gathering coin instead of gold. Because obviously you can make coins out of various metals, right? You can make it out of silver or copper or gold or tin or various other metals depending on what your society has, right? And you can even trade commodities too as currency like salt and so forth. And that's why you see the salt mines in AoE3 vanilla as well as various mods too. Because that itself has a lot of value. Oh yeah, most definitely. So yeah, that's cool. Is anyone here for the ride? Oh cool, we got some Zero AD fans here. See, I'm not talking to myself, that's awesome. So, how's it going right now? It looks like this fellow's just building their civic center now. Who's already built? They're built... They were built over here. They're built. They're built. They're built. Just trying to see who's built up on this map so far. Yeah, it looks like a good number of them are. Very nice. Yeah, I think the rules of Nomad are a bit more informal of how you build order things a little bit. Mainly because you don't have a standard set of stuff in front of your base. You're really just roaming the map, looking for the most ideal resource situation that you can find, typically. Right? And that's sort of what you're seeing right here. The most important thing you need to know about Zero AD, though, is the fact that majority of your military you can actually use to gather resources. They're called citizen soldiers, right? And majority of your unit roles, like your javelineers, your slingers, your archers, your spearmen, and so forth, are all going to be citizen soldiers that you can actually put on Wakami. And also, you got another class here called the females. The females are like your villagers since they can't really fight that good, and they are really good at farming. The best to be used on food resources. Whereas the citizen soldiers tend to do good on everything else. Not only that, you got a class called the champion soldiers. They're like your real military, like your elite military. They're totally better at combat than the citizen soldiers, but they can't gather resources. So they're like your Age of Empire style military. But the thing is, they're available usually later in the game, and they cost a lot of resources, including metal. So, yeah, that's basically what you need to realize. Good number of your citizen soldiers you can train as trash units, right? Because you only need like food and wood to make them. Typically. Swordsmen will require metal, always. Any unit with a sword weapon will require metal because obviously you need metal to make the sword. That makes a lot of sense. And anything that's a slinger will cost stone because, well, how are you supposed to be a slinger if you don't have any rocks to throw at them, right? Yeah, so that makes sense. But other than that, all the citizen soldiers will often just cost food and wood to some extent. But champion soldiers will always cost metal, you'll find, no matter what their class is, whether they're a spearman or a swordsman, an archer, a crossbowman, whatever they are, they'll always cost metal. And metal is, a depletable resource that isn't everywhere, right? The only resources that are pretty renewable for the most part are your wood and your food because you have the farm. Good news about farms in 0AD is that they are similar to farms in Age of Empires 3 and Age of Mythology because they don't ever run out of food. So you don't have to worry about replanting the farms. Or is that right? Or I'm trying to remember. Yeah, yep, they're infinite. I just checked the little bar there. Yep, indeed. Kind of remember that fact. And typically what you want to do is you want to time out perfectly how many farms you have versus wood, typically. There's specific phases in the match where you're going to want to have more females on farms, and there's going to be phases where you're going to want to get a ton of citizen soldiers and throw them onto wood, right? One thing that you do enjoy in 0AD, should you want to go for it, is actually your ability to go on to one of your buildings, right? And you can actually queue up multiple units at the same time, right? Because notice this player here is queuing up 2 female villagers at a time instead of just one. It costs, well, you gotta understand this. Obviously, you're gonna have to pay the full price for every unit in the stack, right? So if you basically want to buy 2 women at the same time, it's gonna cost 100 food. And it's still going to cost the training time of those 2 women, so you're not saving on any training time either. All it really does is it basically allows you to not have to macro as much. It really saves you a ton of time, so you can focus on combat, you can focus on researching stuff, building stuff. That's the point that they wanted to do in 0AD, is just giving players more options to set up their macro. Instead of sitting there and constantly checking back to queue up villagers, you could just train up 5 or 10 of them, depending on how much stocked resources you got, and then you can move forward. Yeah. And it looks like the treaty's almost ending as well. You can attack in 3, 2, 1. There. Yep. Looks like they're starting now. All the gloves are off. If these guys want to charge at each other, they can charge at each other. That's basically it. And yes, your cavalry, as long as it's not a champion unit, will be a citizen soldier as well. And typically what you'll use cavalry for is actually hunting. So you see this muscle oxen over there? Yeah, typically you're going to take your citizen soldier cavalry and stick it on the hunts. Because they gather them pretty quickly and they move pretty fast as well. So yeah, that's typically what you're going to want to do with those units, is use them for hunting. Because they can use that movement speed to get back to the drop-off site very quickly. Whereas a dismount unit, like a citizen soldier or female worker, is gonna be super slow walking on foot through the snow and stuff. So that's kind of an interesting thing. And for a good majority of the game, you're not even fighting for the most part. You're literally just having all your male soldiers mining stone and metal, chopping trees. You're having your female villagers farming, and then you're having your mounted cavalry running around the map looking for animals that they can gut, like sheep and bears and whatnot, whatever you can find, basically, whatever you can consume. Pretty interesting stuff. It's a lot different than Age of Empires, where it isn't that complex. You got like just regular villager, and then you have your military separately. But this game treats them as the same thing in most instances, so there's a lot of interesting situations. And the UI when you're spectating this game is a lot more friendly. You can read all the stuff on the individual units too, which is quite nice. Yeah, it's pretty helpful. More often than not, when you're spectating these games, you typically just have to look at what their build is, what they're putting on the field, pretty much that aspect of it. It's not going to be for a while until that you're going to see like actual big wars going on between armies and stuff. But when you do, it's pretty interesting. Because one thing you'll notice about Zero AD is the geography is pretty insane here. Oh, absolutely. Because you can get some really good elevation on these maps. Like, look at how intricate this map is with the terrain and stuff. So many elevations and so many ways of navigating it. It's quite insane what you can get away with on it, leading to some pretty interesting results. Absolutely. You don't see a lot of towers in this game, typically. These sentry towers. They're only good in very specific use cases that you'll find. Yeah, yeah. Typically, you won't use these towers a lot. You'll rather just have more and more citizen soldiers so you can basically battle. Yeah, and typically, what you're usually gonna do is you're gonna have your females near the civic center, anyways. So if you do have trouble, you can ring the bell, just like you can in an AOE game, and then let all the females go in. And then, since most of your economy is just military, citizen soldiers, so archers and spearmen and slingers and stuff, you can take them and put them into combat mode to fight the enemy off. And that's what you see a lot is if somebody tries to raid or pressure, which you can do in this game, you just use your citizen soldiers to fight them back instead of just caving in or having to train specific military reaction wise. You'll proactively have that army built up already to start doing the combat. It's quite fun stuff overall. The main thing that makes Zero AD pretty nice is just the architecture and the geography of the maps. That's what I've always liked about. Not only that, Zero AD has it so that every civ has their own unique roster of units. So it feels like every civ it's truly its own. You know, while a lot of the unit classes are very similar and have different rules, the rosters themselves are all different. Like you won't see this civ with that exact same unit; they'll have something else maybe. That's what you'll notice right away. One very important thing you need to understand, though, is not all units with the pole armor are necessarily good against cavalry. Spearmen, for instance, they're a bit more oriented as to being against things other than cavalry, whereas pikemen are dedicated anti-cavalry. So if you're going to choose between a spearman and a pikeman to go up against a mountaineer, you always should pick the pikeman. Spearman is not going to be that great against it, typically. Yeah, so just be fully aware of that. The pikes are really your go-to to deal with an army of cavalry, pretty much. Obviously, they're going to be pretty slow, and they're more likely to be kited by things like camel archers and stuff that exist in this game. That, yeah, for the most part, you're really just going to want to go pikemen if you're going to run into cavalry. Let's see what he's got here. So he's got a formation of Hippocantotes Politias. Yep. That's one thing that you do often in Zero AD is you can create formations of troops like these. You got all these formations. You got wedge, skirmish, battle line, flank, open order, calm open, close order, force match, box. Yeah, you get all these formations. And sometimes attaching your units to a formation will often lead to better results, and sometimes no. It really depends. Yep. Typically, people would always tell me put it on none, so your units can go in more easily. But there are going to be situations where you're not going to want your troops to go in one by one and get destroyed, and you're going to want to use one of these formations to make sure they go in as a group and fight cohesively against a set of units. So you gotta really play it by ear which strategy you want to use the most. And in this game, there's only 3 ages, by the way. There's your starting one, then you got the second age here, the town phase, then you have the city phase. You can already start making citizen soldiers in the first age, by the way, so it is possible to theoretically raid people right from the get-go. And we do see that sometimes, depending on what the faction is. But yeah, no. You don't have to worry about aging up as much in this game. But the requirements to aging up can be a little bit complex. Because in addition to the resource costs, which can vary, you also need to build certain buildings within the age that you're currently in to be able to move on to the next one too. So there's that aspect to it as well that you have to be aware of. Yeah, I'm sort of presuming the Kushites and the Macedonians here were allied, just because of the positioning of those troops. Yep, somebody's reached the town phase, it looks like. Oh yeah, by the way, every civ has their own name for the given age. Yep. For one, it might be Kamopolis, one it might be Bona. That's what makes this game so unique is the diversity between the civs is really well done, I would say. Hmm. Just checking in on everybody's macro right now. Yeah. One thing that I think you know by this point, but if you don't, I'll point it out. Since your citizen soldiers do gather resources, it means instead of building additional town centers to boom your economy, you're often just going to build additional barracks to train more infantry to do the work for you, right? Because eventually you can have up to like 3, 4, 5, or even more barracks, and they can all be pumping out these citizen soldiers at the same time, leading to really good economy booming above that of your opponents. So that way you'll have a stockpile of stone and metal but nearby that you've already grabbed that you can use to compete against your enemy with. Yeah. One thing to definitely look out for too is trade. You can trade in this game and barter stuff, but trade is often looked down upon because the trade rate for very small maps is usually not worth it. If it's a very large map, sometimes trade can be good, but on small maps it's rarely ever necessary, and usually it's going to be more of a cost to spend making it than it is going to be on a return investment. Yeah. It's quite fun doing this again and looking at all this. Yeah, I mean, I could zoom this up and show you firsthand. Look at how good the architecture is in this game for the Persians. Very good stuff, huh? Absolutely. That's the type of architecture you like to see in an RTS game. Good stuff. Oh, nice wall house there. Look at that. Very good defense. Big time. Look at the little tree there. The trees aren't even within territory of anyone. That's weird. Like, literally, this is not in anyone's territory because this is blue's territory with the blue line, and then this is purple's territory with the purple line there. Another tip and trick while you're progressing through town phase, it is recommended you gradually add in stables as well, regardless if you plan on raiding or not. Also, you got to build your forge. Your forge is basically just your blacksmith, but this game calls it a forge. And you really should start building some techs there right away. The ones for the attack and the ones for the armor values. If you don't, you'll often fall behind in combat and get completely destroyed later on and become irrelevant. So again, armory upgrades especially can be really essential when you're setting up in this game ahead of time, because that'll ensure that your troops aren't getting down too quickly by the enemy who did get those weapons from the forge. And there's multiple levels of them too, just like in Age of Empires 2 Blacksmith as well, when you're upgrading stuff. There are a few special techs, but not guaranteed that everyone's going to get them either, so be on the lookout for that too. Yep, it's pretty normal for people to come and leave when they're watching this sort of thing. I'll probably just let them know right now that I'm streaming live. See if my keyboard's working yet. Yep, there we go. And then he leaves. I don't want to look at your horrible content. It's not. It's good content. At least I think it is. People tell me it is, so I assume that it is. Yeah. You know what I did last night, unrelated to Zero AD? I went on to the PK Clan's YouTube page, and I just looked at all the casted matches. And for the most part, people either didn't comment on my performance with the casting or they were generally positive. So that felt good. There was like one or two people that really didn't like me that much, and they're like, this was horrible. What a way to butcher it. And I was like, okay, well, that's at least a learning opportunity for you. How not to do in the future. That's always good. There's some people that just don't like my style that much and they say I monologue too much, I guess. But, it's just the way I've grown accustomed to it. So, if they have any specific tips and tricks on how I can avoid monologuing too much, they're more than happy to, throw their hat into the ring there, I would say. Yeah, most definitely. It looks like he is building a market now. Just because you're building a market in this game doesn't mean you're ever going to use it for anything other than bartering resources. Yeah, no. Again, you do need to build a certain number of town phase buildings to be able to make it into the last stage, the city phase. So you do actually need to often build the market regardless of its necessity. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you really could think of this age up logic as kind of similar to Age of Empires 2 and AoE 1. However, in this case, you just don't have an Imperial Age. You just go from First Age, Second Age, Third Age, and you stop there. And yes, it can lag pretty big in this game too. So just be aware that the slow movement of these troops is actually normal, typically. At least for some players that connect onto there. Welcome to the show, people. I see more people jumping on. That's awesome. Love to have some Zero AD fans here today. We're just looking at them as they're going from town phase into city phase at this point and preparing. Very quickly, you'll see armies starting to advance out and look for things to go after, right? Including this Macedonian right here already starting to make some cavalry and start pressuring with it. Yeah, the best cavalry to raid with in this game is the range cavalry, which is typically the one you're going to start with. Yeah, that will most often include javelin cavalry. Yeah, that's typically what it's going to be. Sometimes you'll have a cav archer, but usually it's going to be a javelin throwing cavalry, and that's the one you usually want to start with because they can easily launch a pretty good range attack very easily. And they'll also do better at hunting dangerous things as well because obviously they're fighting from range, so they're less likely to get hurt by whatever they're hunting too because they're often able to down it before it actually reaches them, which is a great thing. Yeah, I think he's doing a mixture of javelin cavalry and I think spear cavalry here, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Just as a note, when you're fighting siege units, you always should use sword cavalry for that. Sword cavalry is the best against siege units. And then for other types of things like infantry, you'll want to use spear cavalry for that. Yep, see, this is what I talked about. Look at this huge economy turned into military. All 54 of these Nubian spearmen can now sort of come out of their labor and try to defend the colony. Yep. And notice how they all have slightly different uniforms as well, which is pretty cool, right? Yep, and as soon as he backs off, then he goes back. And that's often how you play this, right? You're sort of just deciding if you're going to engage or not engage, typically. Yeah. And this is what they look like, by the way. These are actually pikemen. So remember I said before you'd rather use pikemen against cavalry than spearmen because spearmen in this game aren't good against cavalry. It's the pikemen. Yeah, that's why you see these pikemen coming forward because they're actually the unit that you want to use against mounted troops. It's obviously complicated because as you can see here close up, he's got javelineer cavalry, so they can actually fight at range and kite a bit, being a bit annoying. But thankfully for the Kushites here, They have built their wonderful stone towers here to basically defend the area and fire off some arrows at the cavalry as well. And here's these forges I was talking about. Depending on what your situation is and what you want to use to age up with, you can often build multiple forges to queue up techs at the same time and be more efficient that way. These are the Dahe horse archers. These are a Seleucid unit. So, that's the Seleucids over here at this point. Because the Seleucid villager is the Syrian woman, which you see right there. And these are what we call bolt shooters. There's different siege weapons in this game. You got bolt shooters, you got catapults, you got ballista, you got rams, siege towers. Bolt shooters are the only siege unit, by the way, that's good against units. Most of the siege weapons in this game are pretty much exclusively against buildings, but the bolt shooter is one of those that you want to use against infantry. Looks like somebody already built the Wonder, though, so they're going to probably have to go up here to beat this now. Yep, indeed, this game has Wonders, too. And then you have Wonder win conditions. So, if your enemy builds a Wonder, you have to go up here and destroy this big, giant structure there. Yep. I think this is the Parthenon, right? Yeah, this is the Parthenon that you see up on... in the city of Athens. Yep, that's the Parthenon right there because he's the Athenians, right? Yep. Wow, look at that Parthenon there. That's beautiful. Looks like the real thing if you took a trip to Greece. Yeah, no. And it even has all the artwork on it too, which is insane. These guys are going to be active trying to fight it now. Question is, who's that going to be? Because it looks like these guys are, I think, allied with them. Who else is allied with them? I'm assuming. Good question, though. I have no idea. Anyway, though, they have like 29 minutes or less to get this down. And this goes back to what I said earlier. Instead of destroying buildings normally, you should always try to capture them using the capture mode. Because in the capture mode, what you can do is you can capture a building very quickly and then delete it. But be forewarned that the enemy can try to recapture it too. That's why you see a fluctuation in this bar. But yeah, no, this is what you do. You capture the building, right? And then you delete it. Take it out. You just gotta remember to do it. If you forget to do it, then yeah, no, you remember to do it. There you go. Oh wow, look at that though. Got all the Nubians pikemen right there wiping out his cavalry. That's the last place you want to be, man. Look at that. Insane. Oh, I see a deleted building. I thought for a second he got rushed over there. What's going on in this area? Yeah, no, they have to react at some point, otherwise they're gonna lose. They got like 28 minutes to act now. 28 minutos to take out that Parthenon there. They got attacks at the Wonder too. Enable the glorious expansion aura. 20% maximum population per Wonder owned. Woo! I didn't know they had that. I didn't know they had that at all. That's a cool tech. These are the siege catapults. These are the ones you want to use against buildings. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to like destroy buildings directly without capturing them, the best way to do that is literally siege engines. So you can either use these siege catapults, you can use rams, you can use mangonels, depending on what your civ is. There's various weapons out there available to do that. If you played the Age of Empires 2 Battles of Greece or the Alexander DLC, you might remember these as sort of the Pantenons, you know, those big giant ballistas that looked like trebuchets almost and functioned like them. That's what these are basically. Yeah, don't be confused. Don't think they're good. I mean, they'll obviously do good against troops if they shoot at them individually, but more often than not, they don't hit that hard against large groups of stuff. So you should really avoid that and use them mainly for the buildings, and let the bolt shooters deal with the regular units since they're more specialized for that. Not everybody gets bolt shooters though. It's only I think like the Greek factions and some other ones get them mainly. Alright, I'm back. Still no action on that Wonder, huh? Oh, we see people. We see people. We see army coming. Okay, so these are enemies right here. We see the Athenian Slinger Militia and the Athenian Hoplites. So yeah, typically at the start it's going to be huge masses of citizen soldiers you send at your enemy pretty much. And then later on as you pick up metal, then you can add in champion soldiers depending on what they are. And then you can get some siege weapons and do a much better job. Yeah, let's see what happens here. The war will begin, it looks like. Yep. But notice how he's going to have to walk all the way around here to get through all these structures, through this fortress, through this arsenal, all that stuff. The War of the Slingers begins. Yeah. Also, one thing you'll also notice about 0AD2 is this game has a promotion system, a combat promotion system, just like in Definitive Edition with the natives, right? If your unit kills more units, right, he actually gets leveled up and gains more combat ability, but he actually loses gather rate ability. It's kind of a weird trade-off, you know, because look at this guy. Look at how he's different than the other slingers. It's because he's managed to kill a few units here, so he gets a little bit more armor, right? He gets a bit of, like, chainmail on. He's got a better skirt on with a bit of a stripe on. So, yep, you can tell right away if a unit's more elite by the number of kills that they get, right? I think this guy too would be a more elite slinger as well. Yep. Because more elite units that have gotten some kills will have more armor on, more visual features, and so forth. Yeah. Here comes the Hopotes coming in hot right here. Look at all these guys. Look at these big phalanx. And here comes the slingers now. Yeah, this game has some cool combat. Yeah, most definitely. And then you got the slingers in the back supporting him as well. But unfortunately, I think he's lost his army and he has to pull out. Because here's the thing. Look who's coming. You got champion. You got some Gastrofetes there. Yeah, they've added Gastrofetes to the game too, so some of the Greek factions will have crossbowmen as well, which are pretty nice. I just like to take the advantage and zoom it up just so you can see how detailed these soldiers are. Look at all the different shields the Hopotes get in this game. It's like a real army of Hopotes. It doesn't feel like generic at all. They all got their own different symbols on there. Looks like green is allied with yellow, and he's already trying to push through with his siege capital to lit the Bolos and attack that fortress. But unfortunately, blue is right on top of him, though, right in the mound pass right there, trying to beat him out with his Cachucho spearmen and his Adritos javelineers. Which looks like he did. He just beat all his catapults. And now Macedon's going to have to push through with their pikemen. Look at this, though. Using the mountain pass and the choke point to stick his Oxybeles vultures there to try to shred as much Gaelic infantry as possible, which is pretty smart, actually. Because I did mention the vultures are the one siege weapon in this game that's good against units. All the rest are only good against buildings for the most part. Alright, now he's going to retreat now that he knows that the bullets are gone. Alright, somebody's coming over here. We see teal coming up this way now. Red is putting up their fortress right at this spot. And now they're adding in their Kushite war elephants. These are the Kushite war elephants, by the way. Look at the cool sort of bluish, purple, violet carpentry on them for the saddle. It's pretty nice. Romanized heavy swordsman. Yep, he's going to want to get these vultures in the bombard there so he can start blasting all. Look at him, he's charging right for the siege because he left a gap. That's not good. And he's got some more Gastrofetes there too for support. Looks like he beat his army, but can he push? He might need some siege catapults to do it, though. Yeah. He also has his surgeon here to help heal all the troops, too, which is neat. Which you can train from a temple. Theirs is lit the bullets there for Siege, and his ally Yellow's coming around the corner too to help. He just built some Athenian Marines, which are simply just a swordsman unit. I think they're a champion soldier, right? So, yep, there's a champion soldier. They have better combat abilities than the citizen soldiers, but they can't do economy at all. They're like a professional army, basically. And they call these guys the Marines because not only can you train them from like a barrack structure, you can also train them from docks on water maps too. So kind of like Wars of Liberty sailor units almost. Not really in like combat function, but just where they can come from. Did he repair his? He didn't repair his fortress at all. That's not smart because now he's gonna take out a fortress. That's not good. It's not good at all. I gotta figure out what to do about that. What happened there? Why did he lose all those buildings? Was he like getting caught in the choke point or something? I just don't know why he took out all of his stuff. I think that lethal bullets is gonna take out that fortress though, from the looks of it. Trying to see who's winning because it looks like Athens here's got a huge force of Hopotes and he's breaking through his line. Yeah, no. These guys might have to reinforce a bit. Oh, but yeah, he's pulled his vultures out too, so it's a bit of a two-way fight there. Okay, he's getting more catapults. He's sending a bit more troops in as well. I think they have to reinforce this area though and fortified. Yeah, no. More slingers coming in, more and some of the more Hopotes, and then you got some of those Athenian Marines as well. Okay, that's not good. They just lost the area. Just lost the formation there. Now he's going to lose all of his siege. You better pull back until Yellow reinforces area. Yeah, see, he's pulling back with the siege capitals right now until he can, you know, get some army here. He's going to have to. He's getting the Macedonian shield bearers. These are a champion spearmen, so they're like an elitist Hopote unit that the Macedonians make. Then he's got his Gastrophetes crossbowmen too. And it looks like Orange is starting to fight as well from this side with the Assyrian Rams. These are one of the more cool looking siege weapons in the game that you can use. They're going to be good against walls, towers, any structures you got. And also pushing it with the Sogdian archers, as well as his Persian war elephants too. Indian war elephants, yeah, same thing. Looks like Teal is cooked. Absolutely. And is that right? Is he sending all his stuff to Blue right now? Yep, he just resigned. He just sent everything to Blue, and yeah. They still have like almost 22 minutes left to be able to do this. So, yeah, it looks like Red's going to be joining from. Can he flank him anywhere? Let me see. I'm trying to figure out geographically where he can attack from. This is all cliff, right? So he can't come up here. So how will Red be able to assault? Red would have to assault through this pass over here. Yeah, basically. Oh man, he's getting hit in the back. Look at that. The Talmors, the naked fanatics getting him. That's not good. These are a champion spearmen, so those would be good against this stuff. These are the guys you see often in the films about Roman campaigns in Britain, where all the Celtic warriors come out without any clothes on and stuff. That's what these are, pretty much. I mean, you could probably tell from the way they look, but yeah, that's basically what they do. Another wave of yellow troops coming in. Looks like right now they have the bigger mass, though. Yeah. Yellow's unfortunately trying to push in on its own, and it's not working. Because Purple's defend with all these siege catapults and bolt shooters, too. It's going to require probably one of these guys to come in and help out, basically, to do anything. Yeah. What's going on here? Look at all the blood. Oh, man. Blue tried to push through here now. Wow. Look at that. Yep, there's his hero right there. He's trying to shoot him away with peltets and crossbowmen now. Green also has bolt shooters up on the cliffside there shooting down at him. Look at that. That's very smart, actually. That's a good place because he can't take his melee troops and harass them at all. That's some good military planning there, actually. Can't pass that. Well played. Oh, he's built his own wonder too. Which wonder does he got? He has his own Parthenon. Wow. Alright, Red's coming in now, so he's going to be providing his own troops there to try to attack his position. He's got his Nubian archers. These guys were very powerful indeed, these archers. They were actually so powerful that they stopped the Islamic armies of Arabia. As you know, the Arab armies beat the Byzantines, and they absolutely destroyed the Sassanids. But the Nubians were one of the few armies that actually beat their encroaching forces and put fear in them when they saw those arrows coming down the Nile from Egypt. Yeah, so Nubian archers are definitely something to fear when you run into them. Looks like he's got a hero that uses chariot archer hero. That's cool. This game does have chariots, by the way. They're just kind of rare. Only some factions like the Chinese, the Mauryaans, the Persians, and a few other ones actually use chariots. Seleucids can also use them too. The Celts have their own chariots, but they pell javelins from them, which is kind of rare in this game because most chariots in this game will use archers. Oh, this is the Nubian wonder. Look at this thing. It's got hieroglyphics on there. Insane. Look at that. How detailed that is. So this fellow's with them up there. Okay, that's good to know. Looks like he's being orange now, which isn't good. He's trying to defend as best as he can with like elephants and stuff, but it doesn't look like it's working. Green and yellow are going to go for a combined push, it looks like, while red's also going to provide troops and try to hit him from multiple angles. If red can come up here and strike at blue and knock them out so green and yellow can go right after purple, that should give them a chance to strike at them and allow their wonder to get the victory, perhaps. Because that's the thing to look out for here. If purple's wonder comes down, then I think red and yellow's team wins because they have two wonders and would split up their forces just to get them both out. Provided blue and purple would still be alive after a siege like that. Now they're pulling out the Cleos, the battering rams. Catapults, battering. They're sending all their siege down there too. Very interesting. He's got a bolt shooter he could probably put on there too. He should probably put that to the front lines as well. However, Blue is moving in this direction. He's also putting up some stone towers up here to fire down at his enemies from that cliffside. Pretty strategic move, actually. Yeah. Oh, they're going to go through this pass over here and strike at this area with red. Is that right? Where's red, actually? Is red gonna red's gonna have to fight through this wall now, it looks like, yeah. Blue just alerted purple. He's coming in. Coming in hot through this area. I just noticed that these buildings weren't there before, right? Or were they there before? I don't know. Looks like they're all striking through a new angle now. Now it looks like red's going to be coming in too. Oh, the red. Wow, the Nubians get the same battering rams as the Assyrian ones. That's interesting. Pushing in deep. Yeah, big time. Look at that. It's coming after his Civic Center now, looks like. That's not good. Civic Center is going to go down. Going to lose some vills. Farming there, too. Again, go for the capture. Go for the capture. It's easier that way. So if you're captured, you can delete the building right afterwards. It's much faster than sieging. Like, if they tried to siege the normal way, they would be sitting there for, like, so many more seconds trying to do it. Yeah. And then you just delete the building, and then you're done. So far, it looks like they're getting a bit of a push in there. However, Fanatics coming in from this side. Huge mass of purple on here. Slingers over here fighting in. So it's a bit complicated. The Rams are coming in from over here to take out some of the barracks and hopefully slow down his front production there. Gastrofetti's getting into position to hit these units. He's trying to see how far he can get these catapults into attack, though. Yeah. And then Red's joining in, too. He's got his hero there with the chariot, elephants, then a ton of archers here. So it's a 3 versus 2 on this front right now, and Orange is still holding out here as well, trying to bide as much time as possible so they can beat out their position, yeah. Yeah, these fights get pretty deep, actually, so you always gotta watch them carefully. Alright, it's got a few pikemen in there as well. Now, this position I would look out for because he doesn't have a lot of melee to protect it. So, I don't know. You might want to get your infantry down there and protect these Nubian archers so they can provide some good support for you. Are they going to reinforce as well? Yeah, they better reinforce. He's getting Peltus. He's getting his foot companion pikes in there. Athenian hot blades. Yeah, you better resupply here if you're going to push. Is Red Breeze supplying as well? He's got a ram there they can send in. Looks like, yeah. Yellow captured his wall turrets. That's cool. Might be able to use that. Alright, let's see what's going on here, though. Red slingers are being flanked by the archers, though, which is not good. I think these archers might be the deciding factor here. Yeah, no. This guy might need to come up and help them. Because it looks like they're being pressed by 3 people now, which is not good. He's got his surgeons there, too, trying to heal him up, you can tell over there as well. They are advancing. They are advancing. Yep, they're getting in there. Getting in there. They're capturing some of the it's captured the oh, this is good. Capturing the temple is good because once you capture the temple, it means that the temple will heal all the nearby allied units. So that temple's working to their advantage now. That is really good that they got that temple. The temple they don't want to delete because the temple they can use to actually heal stuff up. Actually, they got multiple temples actually. So these are like huge giant hospitals for them as far as healing their units. And now that Nubian Ram just arrived as well, and it's going to try to drive in there and start hitting his houses right now. And then they got their Lithobulos there ready to attack that fortress. Well, they attacking. Okay, now the HP's going down. Very nice. Should go down in one more hit, right? Yeah, yep, there you go. They are pressing in. How far do they have to go, though, with their armies? They have to get all the way back here. So they're going to have to fight pretty hard to get there, right? Yeah, no. Big time. Also, is Orange is still alive. Orange is stalling for as much time as possible. Because as long as he can keep this guy out of keep him from getting involved, he can basically, do that. But he's got the Parthenon so far back there that if that goes down, purple at least is dead. Purple and blue combined are probably dead at that point. That's probably over. Most definitely. Alright, now they got their combined melee and they got their archers coming in and they're going to drive in now. Nubians are coming in with more war elephants, pikemen, rams, more elephants, yep. So they're coming in with more stuff right now, too. It's good to see, yep, most definitely. But they resupplying, they got resupply. Yep, they are reinforcing, so that's very important, actually. It's important that they reinforce here, because if they don't, then they'll lose outright, I would say. They got to keep the offensive going. Alright, more troops coming in. And they're going to start building here, too. This is also important. Put some barracks right here. Yeah, build some barracks. Yep, he just built his civic center there, so now, yep, indeed, he can start building these on that spot. I like to show the warfare up close like this. It's pretty fun. Oh yeah, and just like in Age of Empires 2, battering rams have good multipliers against other siege weapons, so you can use a battering ram to assault enemy catapults like this, which is pretty neat. Quite good. They're doing catapult on catapult warfare now. It's like, yeah, he's gonna nuke him though. I think he's cooked. Yep, there it goes down. They just sink into the floor when they die. They don't. They don't explode or anything. They just sink into the floor. Brings in all the female villagers to do the construction, so all the military can focus on the combat. Pretty smart play, actually. That should go pretty well for him. Ooh, siege tower. Got a siege tower there too, filled with archers. Yeah, the archers will actually shoot from the siege tower, which is very nice. They're shoving them back though. Important fact. It's getting some Thracian Peltus mercenaries in there now to try to hold the ground. Yeah, let's see what the siege tower pulls off though. I think he'll be in a bit of trouble. So, yeah. But well, the thing is, spearmen don't do a lot of damage to siege towers. You need like swordsmen to slash them quite well, usually. You've been below 250 people at least once. Wow, that's a lot considering how big the community is. 300 this whole time. 300 this whole time. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so he's got his one of his battering rams there going in for the siege. Sacar los elefantes tu OP. Oh, you say so, Juanito? Yeah, Juanito, sí. My question is, why don't we see a forward base from Green, like somewhere over here as well? Green should be moving his troops up as well here, and Red could probably try to get like a center over here or something, so that way they're not traveling as far. Because basically, purple and blue are right at this area. They're able to fortify the area a lot easier than these guys are trying to push in and stuff. So they definitely need to up their A game as far as pushing is concerned. Yeah. Otherwise, they'll run into a bit of issues. Yeah. I noticed too they have a ton of range troops, but they don't have any like substantial way of cutting through those spearmen though, unfortunately. Yeah, no. You have to get more stuff for that probably. Orange just died, it looks like. Now, this fella here is going to be up in their tails very soon, so Red Bear, watch out. Okay, now they got less than 10 minutes to get this wonder down, and the clock will be ticking now. Hello, what are you doing, lad? Lag? Laggy? I think it's lagging. Oh, that's weird. Oh, he was trying to restart his. Hmm. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. With that much population and map and stuff, the graphics is gonna force it to lag at that point. It's kind of unavoidable once you get to that situation. It's got a temple there now, healing up all the troops, which is gonna make it a bit hard to like knock them out once they can get there, lit the bullets there to snipe that temple now. Now we see the skirmish cavalry of the Macedonians. I'm kind of shocked. I can only imagine Loop's messages right now. I suppose, yeah, no. Yeah, Loop's probably going through some pretty crazy stuff trying to hold these guys off right now, I would say. Yeah, so here comes the Odrysian skirmish guy. These are the Macedonian cavalry gives people nightmares, on range. No, they're insane. Once he gets these going, I think they're gonna have a bit of problems. I don't know why he didn't start adding these in before, because these guys are really tough. They do a pretty good job at ripping through stuff. Yeah, I think that was kind of a mistake on his part not getting these sooner. Would have made a huge, huge difference, I would say. And would definitely helped out quite a bit if he got those earlier. Most definitely. Somehow pushing three armies back. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Loop sticking a Civic Center down there to flank red. That's a pretty smart idea, actually, now. It's a really good idea. One that'll definitely help out quite a bit, I would say, yeah. So let's see what happens there. Yep. They got 7.5 minutes to do this. It's looking kind of bleak. Back when I was doing Hyrule Conquest, I had to turn off all the audio because I didn't want to get any copyright violation stuff. Now that I'm back in regular Zero ID, I can turn the audio back on. Nobody said anything, so I assumed it was on, and I didn't even think of that. Yeah, just sitting here watching the gameplay and eating, I just thought of that in my brain. I was like, oh yeah, we should probably do something about that. Yeah, no. It's very important that I do that. Yeah. Alright, well, how far are they to get into that? They're getting deep. They're getting deeper. They still have a ways to go. They have to get through all these barracks and stuff, yeah. It's the Siege Parade, yeah. It's better than the Thanksgiving Day. It's better than the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade. It's the Siege Parade. Yeah, no, it's the best parade of all. Ton of battering rams rolling down the road and knocking out your house and stuff, yeah. Bunch of Lit the Bulls catapults coming in and blasting you from far back. These big giant fireballs, yeah. Big time. Really wanted to see the Turkster the game because that's a name I remember being really good. But I guess we'll have to settle on a 1v1 for now. I'm watching this thing here. Definitely can tell Red's a little bit more established in buildings, so I think Red's going to probably have a pretty good advantage here combat-wise. Wow, he just sold off a lot of the wood for stone right there, too. Yeah, pretty big. Very big. Very big, actually. Yeah, no. What do you think of that game, though? For all the hard work that, that Green and the other yellow fella did, and Red, they just decided to throw the game and give it to the guy who wasn't even participating. Yeah, no, that was a little sad. I was like, dude, just finish off the guy. It's not gonna take over an hour to do. Just finish him off. You know, claim your trophy, man. He didn't do it, so submitted to a Muppet. It's never a good thing. You don't want to submit to Muppets, not to Kermit, not the little Kermie. Definitely don't want to do that. So, oh man. See how this one goes though. Should be fun. It's got a bit of cav there. No combat yet. It does take a while for these guys to build up though. So yeah, most definitely. Red's already in city phase, so he's already probably planned his late game out and what he's gonna do for a push. I would say, yeah, most definitely. He's going for some raiding parties here of Macedonian cavalry. That's not good. Definitely not good. He's the Spartans, right? Yeah, he's the Spartans. Yeah. Macedonian cavalry is going to be a real menace, though. He's trying to deny him a market right now, looks like, yeah. Now he's going to call in his citizen soldiers right there to try to get him. Get him out of there. But since he's javelin-based cavalry, he can kite these units pretty easily there. Yeah, for the most part. That's why typically when you play 0AD and you're stacking citizen soldiers to do the economy, you should always start with the ranged ones first and then add in melee ones afterwards as you need them and be more nuanced with them. Because the ranged ones are the best ones because, interestingly enough, there's an economic perk in this game for making ranged citizen soldiers over the melee ones. The ranged ones have a faster movement speed, so they're actually going to be better gatherers, and then you'll need a lot less of them for the same economy. Not only that, of course, if you run into like javelin cavalry like that, you'll have a whole mass of ranged troops there that you could at least somewhat try to defend against, you know, instead of it being a total wash. Yeah. Interesting 0AD facts for you, you know. Stuff worth definitely looking into when you're playing your games, I would say, for sure. So yeah, absolutely. Most definitely. Also, when you see these trees here with the pinkish leaves, just know that they're apple trees and they actually contain food. Yeah, because you might think that they're regular wood trees, but they're actually food trees. Just so you know that, basically. Green just entered City Phase himself. He's going to build a fortress right here. And he's going to have a fortress right there, too. So they're both going to have fortresses within a relative amount of distance of each other, it looks like. So this is likely going to be where the skirmish happens around this area. Notice how Red is putting up constant barracks over here. This is smart because he's going to have to supply a ton of citizen soldiers, mainly these agrarian pelts in there to support his push. So he's preparing quite well for that, you can tell. So I think it's super smart, yeah. I'm just focusing on the micro right now, but alright, let me give you a rundown of the situation here. Right now, I'm just trying to mass up enough stuff so I can push them. No, so right now I'm lacking some barracks that I really want, so I'm gonna have to put some down so we can go for a major push. Also, I gotta get some armory techs too that I'm lacking right now. What armory techs do I still need to get? I need to get this, and I still need this, right? Yep. All right. Yeah, there's still a few armory techs I still have to research in. Yeah, I'll just get as much army here as possible, and then we can siege this guy out. It's usually what you do here. Alright, got barracks. And I haven't played this in over 3 months, by the way, so I might be a little bit rusty in how I'm macroing it, but this is general idea. Typically, yeah. I'm just gonna keep sending these up here at this point. Yeah, let's just send them all up here. We don't need you over there, right? Why don't you come up to this side and start chopping that wood? Okay. Barracks up. Let's go for a push right here. Very good. Beautiful. Looks like I'm stuck in my own stuff right here. Might need a few swordsmen to break up those rams, right? Yeah, definitely. Might consider throwing a few swords in there. Oh, let's get that ram there right now. I don't want him taking that out. Beautiful. Good work. All right, very nice. All right, let's go for a push. All right, we're getting the fortress down, which is great. There's one more armory tech. I need the shield for my pierce armor. Then we're all set now. Very good. All right, let's keep pushing, pushing, pushing. Going harder, harder, harder. All right, let's get some more soldiers. Yeah, let's get her in. Get those houses down. All right, boom. Not bad. Well, yeah, wasn't good, but considering I haven't played for 3 months and I haven't played professionally ever, not bad either. Well, summary, summary stats. Very cool. Oh, awesome. Very good. Got some TGs open. We got here. I'll join some TG. Let's join some TG. TG's the mode that I do the most. So let's play some TG. Oh, Romans. I like Romans. Trying to think of a good one to do here. Yeah. Not the try. I don't want to do the Han. Not in the mood for the Han. That's a good faction for me to pick. I'm trying to decide. I might stick. I could stick Romans, I guess. It's not bad. I'm alright with the Romans. I'll stick with this. Yep, I just walked in now, so it should be all set. Boy, I haven't done a TG in a long time. I don't know how this one's gonna go. It's definitely the experience. I'm here, LOL. Oh, awesome. How you doing, man? Enjoying the stream so far? Hopefully my gameplay's been decent enough for right now. Yeah, I was trying to connect to Chrome earlier and I was getting an error. So they had to verify or something. Now it seems to be alright. Probably because of all the resources needed to play that match. Let me just trying to find some information. Yep, yeah, now it works. Yep, yep, that's my correct one. I just watched this 1v1 to get 1240. 1240 is about right. Yeah, pretty much. 2v3? Is that right? You want to go 2v3? Alright. So who's going up? Arped and Elefante versus, yeah. Yep, let me answer that. We're gonna do a 2v3, it looks like. Hopefully I pull my weight in this match, otherwise these guys will get cooked. Do my best here to perform. Hey, wait a second. Why you guys... Wait a minute, where's my Javelineers? Javelineers aren't supposed to be... They're supposed to be on wood. Get down there, Woody. Get on the wood, boy. Ah, there you go. Ah, perfect. Just wondering what was happening there. It's gonna ruin my build order now, potentially. It's gonna have a big conundrum now. Most definitely. Alright, let's... Once we get enough wood, we're gonna have to build a house right away. Because fell behind on that. That's right here. Build that super quickly. Might have to put a few females on wood line at this point because we're falling so behind on things. Apple trees. We got about 2 apple trees here. It's worth grabbing those, I think. Yeah. Well, we got apple trees here too. We got a lot of apple trees here. Muchas manzanas. Exactly what you want to see. Alright. Get you over there. Right now, I'm just going to queue up females because I really don't have much other resource stuff at the moment. You can just queue in a whole batch of them like that. That'd be even better, really. Yeah, no. Is this unit idle or something? Nah, it looked like they were idle for a second. I was like, whoa, don't tell me something's going on here. I'm going to put this up now. Eventually we can start getting some actual citizen soldiers here. Get a legitimate defense. Because these guys are probably going to come rushing at us. Knowing that there's more of us than them. So just get a house up there. Very good. Elephant workers are sure nice on this map with this biome. I bet they are. Yeah, they're a pretty cool unit, you know. Not only are they a drop-off site, but they can also construct buildings for you too, which is super cool. And they're mobile, so they have like a lot of functionalities as a unit. I put a first here. I might stick one right in this spot. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be an alright place for it. Also, we gotta be thinking about getting some farming eventually, right? Yeah, I think so. Let's make sure we keep up with the construction. Oh, looks like we need another storage spot here. Looks like we're running out of space. Gotta make sure we have a place for all the vills to go. Ooh, we got... I didn't realize there was an apple tree here, too. That's what, manzanas. Enough to make a manzana pie. Apple pie. Yeah. Let's keep... I don't know what I'm doing at this point. Am I making... I think I'm making too many females. It's probably gonna bite me a lot later. But it's fine. At least we're getting... keeping the macro up, which is important. How's here? Yeah. I think now we gotta start doing military. A little bit anyways. I'm gonna start farm. I'm gonna put you on the apples. You eat them apples. How do you like them apples? Eat them apples. And I'm gonna eat that sheepy up there on my horse right now. Just making sure they're working. Gotta be working. If they ain't working, it's not good. See here. Eventually I can get barracks up. Finally we can get some peltas in here. But no, you go into apples, dear. You eat the apples. Apples are sweet and delicious. Have some apples. In apple a day, you keep the enemies away because you'll have enough food to defend against them. Exactly. Doctor's orders. Alright, so now, where are we at? Why am I so zoomed in? I might zoom out. This is being done. I'm gonna get at barracks here right now, just so I'm keeping up with my chores on the map. I got another batch of peltas too while I'm at. Yeah. Should be a smart move, right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, look at all the apples here. How you like them apples? We got even more apples. I'm gonna put one right here. We're gonna eat all these apples. We don't even need farms right now with all these apples on the field. No more houses for a while at least. We got that covered. Big time. We got that totally covered right now. It's a good sign. Let's pick up our wicker baskets since we are going to be berry bush gathering for a while. We'll just make the eco slightly better. I don't always go wicker baskets, but on this case, I think it's worth it. Yeah, we'll add 5 more in 2. May as well put up a storage house there since we're going to need that spot. Also, we just need a bit more wood, then we can go town phase, which is probably recommended now, right? Yeah. Can't be too slow. Can't be too slow here. Gotta be perfect. Perfect. Let's go up now. And then we can start adding in some more javelineers right now in this spot. Then we'll add the big batches in again now. Get that Ellie. Get that Ellie so he doesn't fish there. Take him out. Boom. Get him. Get him. Beautiful. Alright. Get a house right here. It'll expand our territory towards that stone, which we might need later. We added a bit of spearmen too, so we have a bit of melee ready to go. Yeah. Another house here as well. Also, our macro in Tex is really behind. We need to get iron axe heads right now. Yeah, we can still get all the apple trees, so we still don't have to worry about farming just yet. Eventually, they'll have to be a consideration here. Some more spearmen now. Yep. I'm probably just gonna stick them as recon in this spot so we can deal with stuff quickly. And then we'll get a second barracks here right now. That's here. More apples. Eventually we could set one up here and grab these apples too. Start thinking about armory and the other structures as well. Alright, so where are we at with this? Get both of those texts now. Let's pick up our baskets. It's about time we start improving our stock pickup rate here. Yeah. Casa here and then get one over here now. Beautiful. Get the first stone. I'm gonna figure out what my units are doing here exactly, because it looks like we're still low on wood, which makes like no sense considering all the stuff we're grabbing here. Going right here now. Alright, let me set up this second armory here, get a market in, get with the rest, yeah. May as well pick this up now, right? Yep, just get the housing up. I think I'm just delaying that. It doesn't look like it's gonna be feasible to do with everything jumping in and out there. Barracks here. As much production as we can in this spot. Wouldn't hurt to get a dock either, since we are in this area. Roman roads, let's pick that up so we can move faster. Let me get my troops into position so we can assault them now. You can stay on the stone. I just need all my main troops up there to come down. Let's just go up now. It's fine. Let's make a push for him right now. Get down there. Get that formation off so they move more fluidly. Yeah, he just ran in there all by himself. Just got completely cooked. This guy can't be doing that stuff, man. You gotta go as an army, otherwise we're gonna get smoked. Gotta be smarter than that. Definitely gotta be smarter than that. Otherwise, it's gonna be really bad very quickly. Look, I'm just gonna add more on to here, so we have a force ready to go in this area. Yep. Start getting our siege weapons too. Put the farm sit here. Alright, let's get into position. They're attacking. Got some army over there right now. You get some on it at least. Here, get ready. Oh, great. Let's get some army over there. Let's pursue him. Gotta bail him as best as possible here. Oh, they got Navy attack us now. That's not good. An airship. Oh man, now I have to send them up here. Great. Send them up there now. Also, I gotta get conscription right away so we can start training faster. Gotta charge them now. Let's get him with the javelins. It's our best hope. We're gonna get our chainmail very soon, so we should have enough hack armor to withhold them a bit. Alright, is he gonna be running around this whole time? Maybe. Hopefully not. I'll just pick up some wood right now. We're running low on wood. Yeah, we're really short on wood right now. Doing all that running around and fighting has burned me out on wood. So we're gonna have to recover that. I didn't even get the latest wood chopping tag. No, I didn't even get wood 3 at all. So that's one area where we're gonna be failing a bit. Most definitely. Our farm stood to over there. Let's get them all ready to fight then. Yep. Not much of a choice. I should get some bolt shooters. I'm gonna get some bolt shooters too. A couple of bolt shooters wouldn't be a bad idea. Let's get bolt shooters as well. Bolt shooters and javelineers for now, I guess. Yeah. Just so we can hold the line. I'll get some melee and too, some spears. Just wait for him to return. Yeah. That's the cool thing about Zero AD is it actually lets people leave the game, deal with some business, and then they can come back in at any time and resume it. That's what makes Zero AD feel a little bit more flexible than other games, you know. In Age of Empires, you couldn't do that. You'd have to glue your tail to the chair for like 20 hours to get it done. But if you have to, like, you know, take a poop or something, you could, like, leave and come back. Also, if there's a connection issue, you can restart your game and reconnect in to get better latency. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready to push now. I'm just moving my stuff over. But yeah, no, I might have to trade some stuff off. Okay. Make ships and go across the water. Can you do Cato or Rams? That was a fun thing. We about to lose. Yeah, every time I have to do these like battles or whatever, I kind of unfortunately, you know, lose it basically. So yeah. Uh Maybe I can get some siege or something. I don't know. Let's figure it out. I'm gonna keep this batch here and get some wood because we really need it. What's wrong with the pathing here? They're stuck. Really stuck in place. Try capturing it. Stop with the formation. I'm trying not to go into a formation. Just go up. Oh, Waddy. Of course. Well, now we're gonna have to set up another one. I don't have any stone for it, right? Or I need metal. I need metal for it. Let me get some metal. We have a market. So we're gonna have to trade some of this. Put it here, probably. Yep. get to work here. I'm gonna have to get some Trieri now. Let's defend this area. Hit them with the siege at least. I didn't even get all the metal yet, didn't I? Oh, one more metal, and then we'll have it all. Setting up fortress there. I don't know about that. I don't know if I would set up a fortress in that spot if I were you. Might be a bit risky. Yeah. Might be a bit tough in that position. Yeah, no. I would be careful about setting up over there if it was me. I'm getting the position now. Skirmishers and spears. Also, I don't know if my siege units are targeting properly. Doesn't look like they are. Let's get more Foodvilles on again. I'm trying to set him in a position where he can't break through it all. Put these siege weapons to good use here. Finish that dock. We get a little fishing done while we're at it. Might be time to add some swordsmen in. Think about getting a fortress in the back here for defense. Yeah. But I gotta find some way to get some food here because we're starving like crazy. Yeah, got some fishing at least. Hopefully. See what that is. Yeah, I always let everyone know that I'm live on Zero AD because the Zero AD people in particular really like to watch my stuff because we don't have a lot of Zero AD content creator people anymore. I've about 2 or 3 months ago I used to do Zero AD at least once a week, and then there was some big projects I wanted to do with other games that kind of impeded with that, and now I'm back to it again. Yeah, I'm kind of a novice. I This is my first day back in 3 months. I actually wait a second. Have I ever done serious? I don't think I've ever used legit navy in this game before. Only land stuff. Yeah, I've never played serious water in zero AD before, so that's like an area I'm not expertise in. Pop cap at 20, 200. Yeah, fair. Ugh. Hmm. Yeah. Let me start this up now, just so it's ready. Stay ready. All right, there we go. Perfect. I used to have it. I don't know what happened to it. Yeah, I just realized I thought I had it pre-installed in my mod manager. I know exactly what it is. It allows you to type a Civ name into the chat box, and that gives you the Civ. I know exactly what auto Civ is. At least I got Feld map. Otherwise, this stuff wouldn't work. Oh, oh boy, I made the wrong building. Oh, laddie, I made the wrong building. It's alright. It's alright. At least we'll be able to get this wood line easier now. I guess. Alright. Technically, I could put all my stuff onto that wood line, which would be a lot better. Yeah. You know how it is. It only takes one guy to lag a game up. Absolutely. I've known that for a long time playing RTOs. Whether it's AoE 3, AoE 2, or Age of Mythology or whatever, it takes one Muppet with, Maduro net, as we call it, to send everything spiraling out of control. Like a spiral ham. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna start pumping out archers now. Oh my god, my PC caught on fire. Oh, my PC's on fire. Oh man, you don't want that. Very bad. Definitely, if we don't want that happening. Whew. Oh man, what are we gonna do now? I have no idea. It's gonna be really tough at this point. Mm. Yeah, at this point we have to mix females and archers because I just don't have the wood to do so. Yeah. So far, so yeah, I wouldn't say good, but we're getting there. I'm gonna have to step out for like 1 second to grab some delivery stuff in a few minutes, but that shouldn't be a big deal. We have any animals nearby we can eat? Yeah, we do. We have the goats, the greatest of all time. How convenient. I guess the storage pit did end up working in the end. Yeah, no, yeah. Somehow it did something right. Do we have any berries around here or fruit or... Oh man, I don't have any wood though, so... Guess we have to set up storage pit over... I'll get a house first. Need a casa. Need a casa before we do anything else, and then we can decide the farming situation after that, I guess. We'll get some more of the female villagers so we can set that up, right? I'll put my thing right here. Okay. I gotta be careful because I'm not in the pocket position, which means I can get cooked pretty hard here if I'm not careful around the front lines of whatever's coming. What do those pyramids cost again with the... So they cost metal and stone, so we can't just build them blatantly. But I could definitely put them near my farms, though. That would be good. Because then I won't have to keep upkeeping the placement of them. That could be pretty smart. This occurred to me, I do need a farmstead to upgrade my farming, so I'll just stick in the backside here. Walk over there and heal him, please. Still somehow alive after all that raiding. I think right now I just have to get back onto my farms after I get some pop back. I'll get some pikemen. The Nubian pikemen will be great because we have a cavalry threat now. Yeah, what we got here? I got sperm women in my base. Great. Let's get over there and deal with that now. Get the formation off my troops. Why does it always do that? I don't want a formation. I'm trying to raid here. Got villages right outside my base and it messes it up. Whose idea was it to automatically set up formations when I didn't ask it to? It should be like AoE 2, where you just set them up if you want them. Oh, we're being helpful, giving you a formation and boxing all units into weird formations. It's like, no, it's not. It's not kosher. Nothing kosher about it. Alright, let's get onto that farm now. Tough situation. So what do you do exactly running the Rams that early? You're supposed to go. Well, I got Maceman. Didn't seem like the Macemen were doing that good. I'm cooked, I think. You might be. You might be right now. I can't come over right now because I'm getting dealt. I have two Muppets coming after me this time, so it's not that easy. It's a bit tough, actually. Oh dear. Oh dear. Ain't good. Ugh. Let's check this one out. Turip. What's turip? Sounds like turnip. Turip. Ugh. Hmm. Let me try again. Might be a bad fluke. Ugh. Mm-mm-mm. Oh dear. Didn't look like that worked very good. Bao Seba. Ooh, it's Seba Bao. Bonito. You're gonna do Nomad? Oh, they're gonna do Nomad. Ah, interesting. I'll let it fill up and then I'll join as a spectator. Yeah, no, I'd love to watch another Nomad on that map. Sounds really fun. Big time. Big Yam. Just waiting for it to fill up and then I can join in. Let's wait for it to fill with one more person, then I can jump in. Do I have enough water here? Yeah. Oh man, they're gonna add me to it too. Oh boy. This is gonna be chaotic. I think I've only done one or two nomads in my life. Yeah. Wonder who that could be. Let's find a good spot to set up in. It's gonna be crazy to. I'm gonna try to find a spot that's very defensible. somewhere it's super high up there and has a lot of choke points on it. This place is too low elevation wise. I would have to like look farther back here. If we can find a really, I want to see like where all the entry points are too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We can, I like it as the further we go up, the safer I feel. Generally, in this situation, yeah. Is it what's back here? What's back here? Is there anything back here at all? So if we could set up all the way up on this side of the cliff here, cliff facing, it's not too bad. No. What we got? We got stone. Got metal back here, or yeah, we got metal back here. Yeah, that's not bad actually. I think I'll set up right in this neck of the woods. Yeah, let's set up right here. It's far enough back that we can like, defend this area from any invaders. Yeah, no, it's fine. And then we get all this metal out here later. That's just perfect. I like it. Now we'll be able to, I think, make some of the champion units of the Romans this time instead of falling behind with nothing. Yeah. Hopefully. Hopefully we do alright. We got musk oxen too. So we got food there. We also got walrus. I just saw a walrus go right over there. That's good. Alright, let's get this civic center up, set everything up, and try to do this and survive. Okay, where's the allies going? So Yam is over here. It's purple. Artpad is over there, and then down here we got Rolandia. Alright. So, relatively speaking, this upper portion of the map's probably the safe spot. But I still wanted to go on top of an elevated position. So, they'll have to come all the way through here to get to me, and I don't have to worry about things running around me, basically. Gives you a lot more security here. But yeah, no, I got a ton of stone and metal to work with. So I'll be able to make some elite swordsmen and other units later on, hopefully. That's the plan anyways. Yeah. Alright, well, in that case, then, since it doesn't seem like anybody's on, I'll just focus on macroing at this point. Yeah. Make sure to watch Sailed by Chrysler. Who's that? That is this feller here. Oh, this guy. Alright. Let's check him out then. Yeah. Who is he? He is Romans. He's not doing anything though. He's like totally idle. What's that lad doing? He's doing nothing. Probably went to McDonald's or something. Get a Big Mac and some fries. Man, what I would do to be able to afford fast food again. Nowadays, you have to live on such a budget that you can't even afford to get a nice burger or whatever. Yeah, it's tough. I just wish they kept that thing at Wendy's. They had that Fuego meal. That was pretty good. Some people said it was bad, but I liked it. I liked how much heat was in that thing. Fine, I'm live. Fine, I'm alive. I'm alive, yay! And then he resigns. Oh man. Oh boy. What are you doing, son? How you doing? Do you go McDonald's or something? Get a chicken wrap or something? Wasted time, but go. Wasted time, but go. Oh man. So what they're gonna do now? They're just gonna do 4v3 or something? Oh, they still want to fight it out? That's fine. As long as everybody's alright with it. As long as they consent to the uneven team size. Guess it's alright. Most definitely. Woohoo! So what's going on here? Looks like Marian's over here at Elefante is getting berries still. Hasn't even needed the farm yet. This one is farming. Romans. Who else is looks like the Macedonians are just starting the farm now. It's got a storage pit. Got his other storage over there. Right. Just trying to see how far along these people are. Okay, he's already got his barracks down, so he's a little bit quicker. He's getting his barracks up. He's got it. He's got a barrack. He's got 2 barracks up. Yeah, a good way to tell how far along they are in their build up is how many barracks they got. Basically, once you can afford to like queue up 1 to 2 barracks plus the civic center, that means that your macro is probably in pretty good shape and you're already starting to advance pretty quickly. Yeah, typically. Usually what you notice there, pretty much. Yep. Yeah, the Marians here are also not farming yet. They're still grabbing the berries. Yeah, looks like it. I didn't check. Did he get that special tech that the Marians get that like reduces their hunting and fishing rate but gives them an insane berry rate? Maybe. Possibly. Who knows at this point? Yeah, we'll find out soon enough. LOL. Ugh. Yeah, I can't blame him. I really can't. Hmm. So who's here? Is anyone? No one's here right now. Should I even be live right now if nobody's gonna watch? Maybe not. Alright, well, probably get some stuff done for tomorrow's job. So, yeah, thank you for everybody who did show up today for some Zero AD. Was hoping for a bit of a better turnout since I haven't been here for so long, but, hey, we'll get back to normalcy with that soon, hopefully. Signing off now. See you,